Hello. I am dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube again. Fortnite. TikTok still has me unauthorized on whatever the revoked my thing for another 2 hours, which is weird, but whatever. My YouTube chat. There it is. Pop out. There it is. My cloud bot. Hey, Brandy. How's it going? You got me right as I was starting. How's your week been? Brady, sorry. I clicked and then I popped another window up. I saw Bray and then Brady. How's it going? Yes, absolutely. Hmm. I why does a person keep stalking me? I'm using the ethereal tarot deck today, which is the opposite of the ethereal tarot deck that I used yesterday. Let's see. This deck is more about shadow work. Let's see. Again, I do my numerology number shuffles. Today's numerology number is 9. So it's getting real shuffled today. See what's going on with them. You got the Six of Wands, Two of Wands, with the Devil. Now, give me a second so I can gather my thoughts on this. Hmm. Nope, sorry, Zeus. Zeus is with me down here underneath my desk. So, the Six of Wands in reverse. That's about a wounded ego, or like need for validation. The Two of Wands, um, fixations, watching from afar, things like that. The Devil, obsession, some unhealthy attachments. So all this kind of makes sense. So it seems like they're struggling with a bruised ego, and maybe like an inability to move on. So they keep watching instead of stepping forward. So the Devil here kind of shows that this has crossed into an obsession, control rather than a genuine interest or care. Yeah, exactly. So they're telling you to protect your energy and boundaries because this behavior here is about their shadow, not something you need to fix or engage with. Exactly. Just make sure to carry some bear mace or something with you. Make sure. No worries. And this deck is about shadow work, so it gets down into the depths. You're welcome. Reset the deck. Yeah, I used the the light and airy one yesterday, and this one I'm using. It's basically its opposite, so it's the dark and gritty one. Yeah, just make sure you have somebody that you know. If you're gonna go somewhere from point A to point B by yourself, tell somebody that you are going to point B that you trust, just so that you have at least somebody knowing your whereabouts. So if that person is kicking garbage pails outside your job. Sorry to hear about that, though. I am also using the Talisman Oracle tonight, along with the ethereal, which is a made-up word, but it kind of makes sense. I guess it just wanted to do the opposite of ethereal, so it just went ethereal. But I'll be here for 4 hours since it just started tonight. So if you want to come back, feel free. I forgot to add. I added tuning fork, a sound tuning fork into my mix of things. Which one would be good for protection? Let me ask my handy dandy phone. Absolutely, yeah. Go ahead. This person, the unknown, looking at my Facebook stories. Let's see here. We got King of Wands in reverse, Five of Pentacles, and the King of Pentacles. The Knight of Wands in reverse. Hmm. That's interesting. Okay, so the Knight of Wands in reverse is about impulsive or curiosity. The Five of Pentacles, insecurity, kind of feeling left out again. And then the King of Pentacles is kind of grounded presence, stability. a silent observer on top of all that. So they're saying yes. It does point to that unknown person who's curious but hesitant to kind of like make themselves known. Um, they're watching from a place of insecurity. So yeah, the King of Pentacles kind of suggests that they're more stable and contained than they appear. So just make sure to let that consistency reveal intent, and don't fill in the blanks for someone who hasn't stepped up forward yet. That's what they're basically saying. It's the root chakra for protection. So I have a tuning fork set. So giving you some good vibes from my end, at least. Tuning fork. Literally sending you good vibes, from my end. Thank you. Didn't start growing it until I was 30. Yeah, mine was patchy. I was in between, but it was patchy for a long time, and then once I hit 30, boop. Now I'm 42. I grew out my little bit of mustache that I had at the time, and then like a Fu Manchu. Cute. Well, I'm a bear on the outside, but I'd rather be a wolf. A muscled one, but yeah, just make sure you have protection on you, especially the guy who's been stalking you. Just have something. Nope. About. Oh, okay. Oh. That's at least that. At least you know that. You know that. Mm. I know a few of those. Sometimes you just gotta like lay it out for them and be like, thanks, but no thanks, kind of thing. Hey, don't worry. Don't worry about it. Yeah, sometimes people who have hard time saying words need somebody to kind of move it along thought-wise. No, suspicious. How's it going? You have not told me about the story yet. Twinktown. I think so. I think I lowered the amount of words people can say, maybe. I think somebody tried to write a big long thing before, and then it like blocked them, so I had to make sure that I was able to undo that. So is that your question? They're suspicious. I'm assuming so. Mysterious yet exciting town with Sphinx. No, editing zero. Well, that's cute. Okay, so suspicious. How is he ever going to say anything, or do I give up? Okay. Cool. And then it's the opposite on the other hand. These numerology numbers 9, so I'm shuffling this 9 times. Again, this deck that I'm using, the Ethereal, is about shadow work. So let's see, 5 of Pentacles reverse, King of Pentacles reverse, the 2 of Pentacles reverse. All right, adjusting. Up here, they're opposite. These 2, 3, and these 3, except for these 2. That's a hard one to find. And they're all reversed too. But usually not this, usually my brain's starting to anyway. The 5 of Pentacles in reverse. It's about hope and recovery. So the King of Pentacles in reverse, instability and kind of unreliability. With the 2 of Pentacles is about imbalance and that indecision. So it looks like they're unlikely to reach out. Like there's too much inconsistency or indecision on their part. Any kind of hope of them acting is kind of blocked by their own unreliability right now. So just stay focused on your stability. Let go of like wanting for somebody who isn't going to show up right now. Yeah, see, exactly. These nails match yesterday's and today's. But hold on. Let me reset this one, and then I now can give out little audio vibes. You guys. reset this deck really quick. I need like a little, have them in that little bag. This big old bag. But absolutely. Some high heart vibes for you. What's your question? There was a ship with your best friend without doing it. Like she wants to kiss me, I think. I told her I was getting dental work done. She was like, better get that fixed or no kissing. Okay, so she was super high when she said it. It's usually... no, let me see. Let me see. I haven't partook in that kind of recreation in 22 years. I do miss it, but it's because of my work. I'm not allowed to do it. But depends on which kind. I know. I remember depending on what kind of strain, I guess, it goes either to your body or to your head. Usually makes people open up too. So let's see. The Two of Pentacles. This time's upright. The Empress. And the Two of Swords. Decisions. All right. Gather my thoughts on this one. Especially the holidays too. Always brings up about that. Okay, so the Two of Pentacles this time, it's about balance and uncertainty, like juggling emotions. The Empress here, nurturing, growth, things like that. The Two of Swords, the indecision, that mental block and kind of denial. So together here, there's a strong emotional bond and care between you, but uncertainty and like mental blocks are kind of keeping you from fully seeing it as a relationship. Like you may be juggling feelings and like not ready to label them. So pay attention to like emotional closeness and like nurture it, but be honest with yourself about what it really is. Yeah, see, sometimes there's situationships that happen. Ooh, jeez. These cards are very lively. There we go. They're very long too. These are the longest cards I have. You never know. You can give it a weekend try. Like I know some people will give it a weekend try. Like they lay out the groundwork and be like, hey, let's just do this for the weekend, see how it feels, if it feels right. If not, just it's fine. It was only a weekend. You're welcome. All right, Brady. What does this person wish to say to you? The one that we were talking about earlier. Hmm. You're welcome. All right, so Brady, this person wants to. This is about justice. Seven of Cups reverse and the Mage. Two big pillars on either side. Okay, so with justice this time, it's truth, accountability, some little honesty, the Seven of Cups in reverse, some clarity, confession, kind of seeing reality, things like that. Thank you. I got this one for my husband as a gift. I think my birthday gift. Mage, communication, intention, and like influence, things like that. So what they're saying here, so they want to speak honestly and kind of clear the air, likely acknowledging the truth of like what happened. The mage or magician here shows that desire to explain themselves and kind of shape how they see themselves. But because of the other one, they still haven't. They're working on how to say it, so they're just like not saying it, but kind of being around. So just listen for the clarity, not persuasion, and trust the actions over the words. So right now they're not wanting to. They're still trying to figure out what to say, and that's what they want to say. You're welcome. Thank you. I have all of the protection is root. Because of it's a lot of oh, no, wrong way. Left to right for me. Left-handed. All right. Ooh. Heart. A lot of heart in these. I'll be hitting you with the heart. I was telling people yesterday, I have object permanence, so if I don't see it, I don't remember it, it being there. And I've had them for over like a year, maybe two. They're down there, sitting down there. They weren't in my line of sight, and I kind of forgot them. I put them there when I redid the office too, so I remembered they were there, and then I put them down there, and then I forgot about them. But I'm gonna incorporate them into my readings. If it's a love reading, you get the heart one. I don't know why. I have to look into why I have a high heart one. I have a heart and a high heart one. So the high heart one kind of would go with the suspicious username situation. High heart. Call it my tuning fork chakra bath. Make my own graphics. So all of this I made myself with my iPad. Any other questions or requests? Not. We're gonna be using Hey Night Rat. Marty McFly. I actually got a win with him. Was it reload? Was it reload? No. No, I got the Riz Brella. I already got the reload. The Res Brella one. So I don't think reload has its own umbrella. I know OG did. I haven't gotten an OG one yet. How you doing, Night Rot? You like my shirt from to the Kylie Minogue concert with my sister a few months ago. It's fun. This first concert that I went to since 1998. I want to say 1999. So that I haven't unlocked it. Where? Oh, unlock him. Oh no, it's 75. No, don't want to buy any. Oh, that's why I was doing the reload with this one. Hit a player within 15 meters after busting through a door. Eliminate players within 10 seconds of mantling. Damage players while airborne or sliding. Make it look good for the camera. 500. Jeez. But you get these. But he's in the pass? Yeah. This is him. But if you do these quests, you unlock this and this version of him. Oh, I need to go to save the world. And play my V-Buck mission. Ooh, I need to change that. That's the one I used yesterday. My Ethereal Visions deck. Today I'm using the Ethereal. Vision stack. Beep. Ooh, 150 V-Buck mission. Play 5 missions at any hero. Unlock. Make this smaller. That over. Now, if you guys are watching on YouTube, my Streamlabs exclamation join also works on YouTube chat. Again, I probably need to add the sound forks, sound tuning forks to my menu. And just do the easy one, fill. Because you don't need to learn. You don't need to do the mission and like the highest ranking. You can literally do it the first one, which is the easiest one. And because I'm a founder for Save the World, I get a daily V-Buck mission worth 100 V-Bucks. I guess they did that because they don't really give us any more uh, content because like it looked like they were going to give us more per area. What did the menu? Where's my dog? Hey, Wiz. Hello. Let's make the lap around the island just to try to find the. I got my digital dog and then I got my real dog down there. Ooh, chest. Ooh, I gotta get this person. Doesn't look like my. No. One of the survivors looks like my husband. It's funny. I call him Tony. Because he looks like a construction worker. Hey, he's itchy. Not this way. Where is the. Ooh. Another chest. Here, let me clear out the. Oh. And I built the wrong one. Right. Let me clear the way. Jeez. Okay. All right. Where is it? Still can't see it. assume it's gonna be over there. Pie? Oh, another chest. Where is it? We literally went everywhere. Too bad I can't pin anything. One time I actually was in an island that had no oh, another one. Jeez. I was on an island that didn't have a atlas or an atlas. Like everybody just went trying to find it and nobody could find it. This way. The heck is it? There it is. Jeez. Where was it? All the way in the corner? Didn't I go around the island on the edges? I should have been the one to find it. Well, I don't like when they do the reverse because you can't see if they're down here. I do the complete reversal of what this guy's doing. I flip, I make it into a pyramid, and then I, instead of making one big wall, I make the small wall so you can see from above. Now he's just building too much. Freaking noobs. Hello, Phantom. How's it going? Estoy salvando el mundo. They're coming from all sides. I can put one down here. Vote yes. Okay. My Zappy Force can take care of most of these people. And now I reinforce it. I'm going to hide down here. Okay. It's Save the World. Yeah. The original Fortnite. And I have the game muted so you couldn't hear anything that I was saying. I have the lo-fi one on. I'm like, wait, why can't you guys hear it? I'm like, oh, because I muted the game, but I have the chilly lo-fi music in the background. Nails from yesterday actually match this one's today. So if yesterday's was the ethereal deck, this one's the ethereal, ethereal deck. So yesterday was light and airy. This one's a little dark and gloomy. like a good balance between decks. I like opposite decks. Brady Spears. Some gold foil on them too. Doing this the chakra tuning fork thing too, so whichever one you want, I'll give it a whack. That's nice. It's gold but gritty. The other one's gold but light. General, absolutely. This deck is more about shadow work, so I think it's to the bottom of things. In today's numerology number is 9. They're very long decks too. Classic movie. All right, Phantom. You have the Sun reverse, the Queen of Wands reverse, and the Ace of Cups reverse. Oh, that's cute. I know. It's like I said, this deck works a lot with shadow work. There's been a lot of reversals. True, yeah. But this one for the reversal is about delays and like hidden truths. Queen of Wands reverse, insecurity, some jealousy, Ace of Cups reverse, emotional blockage, and like a missed opportunity. So right now, the energy is blocked and like things aren't flowing as easily as they could. Your confidence, joy, and like a new emotional beginnings kind of feel delayed a little bit right now. So just focus on your self-care, some inner clarity before expecting outward progress right now. Reset this one. You're welcome, Phantom. Before you go, I'm gonna smack it with a little solar plex tuning fork so you get in the sun, and I'll answer Brady's right after. Solar plex fork. Give it some good vibes. You're welcome. All right, Brady. What does that person love the most about you? A Bratz TV. CRT. Oh, nice. Alright, let's see what this person loves most about you. Three of Wands reverse. The Nine of Wands. And the Knight of Cups reverse. Two wands and a cup. Hmm. Okay. So the Three of Wands in reverse is focus on you, kind of wanting energy. Seem like a very energetic person. The Nine of Wands, resilience and some boundaries, a little bit of inner strength. The Knight of Cups in reverse, though, that's like emotional depth, some mystery or like unspoken feelings. So they're drawn to your strength and like how you keep going even after everything you've been through. There's also some emotional mystery about you, like that keeps them fixated, especially because you don't fully open yourself up to them. So it's telling you like to let their admiration stay at a distance and kind of keep honoring the boundaries that you protect your peace with. Yeah, see, exactly. My little mallet fell off. Twinks have a lot of strength. Sit. Yeah, a lot of people get drawn to other people's strengths, especially if they're like the quiet kind of person, the silent but strong, or silent. Like I'm trying to think of I know somebody that's like that. Actually, a few people now that I'm thinking about it. They end up thinking that they're not worthy enough of the person that they want to be with, so they keep silent. I can add it. It's like a small little thing. like that. It's a little too hard to see. Close enough. It's at the bottom. There we go. Oh, last Monday, the power went out because of the storm. There's another storm now, but I think the worst of it is by us. At least until 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, last time I got like an hour, no, 30 minutes into the stream, the power went out. And thankfully, the battery backup let my stream go on for like another 30 minutes. But then I think after that, the battery just like, okay, no more. We're gonna get some snow mix on Friday to Tuesday now. Jeez. If I can get to the Atlas before the next person arrives, like that person, so hopefully, because usually I can start the game before they pop up. Hey, they found it. Let's see. They're coming from this end. It's bad this uh turret just destroys and not like breaks it down to materials. Okay. Oh yeah. Duh. So I won't forget. There we go. Now you can hear what I'm hearing. Oops. I don't even have a blue glow. Zappy floors. Ba-boom. I can go out for.
That's enough blue glow. You got this, Commander.
Oops. Did not mean to do that. All right. Zappy floors. They probably got the simplified build on. Which automatically got turned on when you, for the new season, you have to turn off simplify builds. That's more for like keyboard players, not for consoles. Okay. He has a built-in emote. This one. He has a hover. Jeez, I can't. See, this is a hoverboard one, but it's not the same as the emote, which would be really cool if you can. Kind of goes with the theme. I think I have an 80s. I can do that. He messed that up, so he's like, ah, ah, ah. There. Trinky Oni. He has a bear. There you go. Just got to do this 3 more times, and I got 150 V-Bucks. Not too bad. Here. He's not too far off. No. I just want to see what their level is, because I guess they're not too far off mine. Usually I like to give people weapons on there. Swords. Yeah. There you go. Recycle these to get materials out of them. 122. Where the heck did I get those? Trying to remember when I got those. Okay. Just do. Partly the bears. On. Yeah, that one video that I sent you on TikTok, I was like, that looks almost exactly like our house. But like almost exactly. I did like their deck, their upper deck, though. It had the little covered awning. This is really good practice for Save the World's really good practice for Battle Royale. Although it's one thing that they never introduced to Save the World, because the husks are basically just walking, but they never introduced like a running husk, one that'll actually like World War Z type of husk. That would be scary, because they just they're easy to pick off when they walk. Oh, is this like a zappy one? Oh, it is. We got less than a minute on that. This would be a good boy.
30 seconds left to go.
I need to collect my materials that this thing harvests. It's funny that they made his Gibson into the pickaxe. It'd be funnier if it, after a certain amount, the guitar actually breaks until you put it back. What's it called? Wrap I got for the weapons. Gingy. Alright, there we go. Jeez. I got the Daft Punk one. Just looked retro, but I think there's one that's retro-ier. You go to that one. Animated retro. Rabbit ears. This would fit too. is that? Game Glitcher. Neo. I had that one before. This one feels a little more. There's a puffy jacket one too. It's funny because I can remember weird things like this one. See? The puffy jacket. It matches his clothes, but I'd rather do the retro one. Yeah, I'll stick with that one. I gave him the Pontiac Firebird, but oh, wait, hold on, I still gotta do. Three more of those. Update. Oh, just light rain. Sometimes I wish they had the HomePod give you like a warning if there's a storm clouds coming, kind of like what's the No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky gives you a warning that there's a storm coming. Hi Aaron, how's it going? There you go. How you been? I'm back. Dang, just you, but jeez, I can't speak. Using the erythrial, predict this time. The ethereal one, I think, looks more into like the brighter side, the things. And this one kind of works on the shadow, inner stuff. How was your Sunday? Not too bad. Well, the storm kind of like that we had, the windstorm, kind of scary. Seeing the some of these trees bend the way that they were bending, I was like, giant pine trees should not be bending this much. I was like looking all the way around. I was like, no. But yeah, it wasn't too bad. Besides that one, I thought the power was gonna go out yesterday, at least during. Well, the storm didn't come in until after the stream, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, no worries. I was like, should I say something? I thought maybe you were typing something, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Okay, yeah, absolutely. You can see what's going on there. See what his intentions are. Since yesterday was numerology number was 8, today's 9. See here, you have 7 of Swords, the 4 of Wands reversed with the Hierophant. These cards focus more on shadow work. Hmm. Intentions are weird, are iffy, but let's see. But the 7 of Swords, that's usually about secrecy or strategy. Jeez, that one word I can't say. Strategy. The 4 of Wands reverse. A little instability, some lack of commitment things. The Hierophant, guidance seeking approval. So the reach out is kind of a little mix. Partly curious or secretive, but not with a clear commitment in mind. Like the Hierophant here, suggesting that he may have been seeking guidance or reassurance or like a social validation rather than like a genuine connection. So consider the motives carefully and don't like assume any message signals deeper than intentions with him. Basically, yes. He's like, everything's still cool with us. Nothing got weird with each other. Yeah, he basically just messaged to check in, like without any kind of committed intentions. Yep. Forgot to move you up. Anything else coming up that you love? Yeah. Let's see. I can give you a little smack of the chakra tuning fork too, just to give you some good love vibes headed your way. Absolutely. I have a heart, the heart chakra, and then I have a high heart. So I'll give you a little bit more little high heart action. So we got the 3 of Swords, the 9 of Wands reverse, with the 10 of Pentacles. All right, just get the wand or the fork out. Some high heart ones for you. Hmm. Okay. So, the 3 of Hearts, obviously, heartbreak, past pain. The 9 of Wands in reverse is resilience, kind of like openness. 10 of Pentacles, stability, and like long-term potential, security, things like that. So there's a shadow of that past heartbreak still present in you, but you're becoming more open and ready for something real now. The stable and like lasting love is possible with you, but it's gonna take some time to fully manifest. So just heal from the past hurts that you've had and just stay open. That long-term love is building in the background for you. It's coming. It's on its way. I heard someone in the years ago say that when you keep referring to somebody as my ex, you're still in the possessive of that person. They're still part of your being, I guess. So once you like finally start calling the person not your ex, but like the person's name or this person I used to know, things like that in the past tense, then it's going to be ready to move on that way. New love, but the past hurt is obviously your ex. But then the message that's coming from the person that's going to be new love. So it's like someone saying my hometown when you haven't lived there in like 15 years. But it's like when you change it to the town that I grew up in, then it changes your mental state of things like that. Possessive. Yes. Wasn't being weird. Since you need all the love you can get, I'm gonna give you another the heart chakra one. It's the 136 hertz. Give you another whack. I saw somebody once do a massage, like a chakra massage. It was very kind of interesting. Like, obviously they worked their way from their feet to the head. Like every step of the way they did. I don't know, something that was attached to the bottom of it. Like it's already the thing, but there was some sort of like thing at the bottom that they put it on like the tailbone, then their gut, their, I don't know what the back. But it was interesting, and I was like, oh, it's kind of fun. Like my insurance is thankfully good because of the union that I'm in, and so we get allocated a certain amount of massages, acupuncture, and uh, chiropractor sessions. They're all co-paid, but I think for the massages it's like $20 through the insurance if you can find a massage therapist that can go with the insurance company. It's $20 for the copay, and it's like a 90-minute massage. Like I still need to find somebody in my network that can do that. That'll be like going there weekly. My kid. Which let me see. So technically I can go there almost twice a week with my insurance. I mean, it helps because I'm usually sitting down at work. So I have to make sure that I want to get one of those posture correcting thingies that will just pull your shoulders back. I tend to like, you can't really see, but I tend to like hunch forward. In school, when I was going through high school, I was the guy that wore the backpack on both shoulders and then like zipped it all the way So the strap was like just around shoulders and armpit, so it pulled my shoulders back. And I remember somebody saying, it's like, "Oh, you think you're better than us because of the way that you walk?" I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "Upright?" I'm like, "I don't." And they got really upset about it, obviously, because I was like, I was kind of. It was weird because I grew up very rural areas, and then I didn't see a lot of diversity until I got to junior high. It was very odd to see what other people thought about socially. I always was always the observer. Like I never wanted to get into groups because I always saw from when I started growing into school, groups of people not liking other groups of people, and I was like, why? Later on, I found out it was gangs, and I was like, oh, that's why. So I never like made sure. I never got into any kind of groups of people. I made sure I kind of like bounced around if I did go to anything. So I had a group of I have like five groups of different groups of people that I kind of like went around just to see what everybody does. Again, I was like more of an observer growing up. I actually went around the school, like in high school. I never cut through the school to get to my class because there was just too many people. So I always went on the outside of the school to get to the next class that I needed to go to. Yeah, I added tuning fork, shaka. Probably not the bath. Bath is like more for the sound bowls, which are back here. There, that light is gone. I forgot to charge it. Yep, that one's gone already. I forgot to charge him. I remember to charge him after the stream though. I have my little charging area for him. Just playing Save the World, Fortnite Save the World with my Marty McFly skin and his Gibson as a pickaxe. See, they had all this room to expand Stonewood, which is the beginning area of this area of Save the World, but they stopped giving us any kind of expansion. But in return, they gave us daily V-Buck missions. So this one that I'm doing is going to give me 150 V-Bucks. Uh, way down there. Oh, you're fine. Is that it over there? No. Eh, where are you? Oh, this one actually did a better thing. The survivor usually is down here. Battle Cat has entered the island. Okay, that was most of the island. Yeah, no. There it is. Coming from over here. I like the fact that if you equipped the back bling as the same as the pickaxe, it goes back to on their back until you get it again. Yes, this is Marty McFly trying to save the world. Just doing the 150 V-Buck mission. There you go. Jeez. One, two, three, four. Okay, why wouldn't it let me do it? There it goes. Jeez. Yay. I like it when the other people that are playing vote to start it right away. Some people won't, and they just let the timer go all the way out to like 8 minutes. I'm like, come on. There we go. Now I have it set up so the floors zap the husks, so I don't have to use up any of my ammo. But it's a perfect time. If anybody wants a reading, I'm also doing the weekly horoscope readings too. If you want a weekly horoscope, then I can pin this. Hey, Rocket Teats, I'm good. How are you? How you been? I'm dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I just made a little YouTube comment and pinned it in case anybody kind of hops on there. I get a lot of people from India watching me on YouTube, which is very interesting. Very cool. Oh, if you look up there, I have tuning fork chakra now things. I've actually had them for a while. I just forgot about them. But they're in the bag. They have little pouches, individual pouches. It's nice to hear from other cultures too. I think it automatically translates. At least I hope it does, because most of the all the chats that come out is in English. So yeah, I have a whole tuning fork things for chakras from the root to the crown. And I have two heart ones. I have a regular heart and then the high heart. This one. That's cool. I know when I went through the Sea Cadets, I was in the Sea Cadets for from age 10 to 21, and we had an exchange program. And when I was 17, 18, I think it was no, it was the summer I was 17, and I was going to turn 18 that year. I got an exchange program from the Sea Cadets to go to Canada for 2 weeks. That was really cool. And when we went there, before we went there, first off, we had to like have done so many other things before even qualifying to go to the exchange program. And I didn't think I got in it. And I was staffing a boot camp when they told me I got in. So I went from boot camp that I was a staff person. I wasn't actually one of the cadets. And then I went from there, went home, like washed all my clothes, and then got on a on a Greyhound bus from my hometown all the way to Canada. It was a 25-hour ride on a Greyhound. I was 17. But when we went there, they gave us a little a sheet of translation. So it was a English like commands and then French commands. Because in the Canadian cadets, you had an English day and then a French day. So yeah, now all I had to eat too. I couldn't. I was 17. I was super naive. I didn't even know how to order a latte. I asked for a coffee with ice. I was like, "Ooh, I've heard someone say it called a latte," or I didn't say the latte. I'm like, I didn't want to say the wrong word, so I just said, "Can I get a coffee with some ice?" Trying to be, you know, a traveler. And I'm 17. So they're like, "What?" I'm like, "And some sugar." They're like, "Okay." So they gave me a cup of coffee and then a glass of ice, and I was like, I poured the coffee, the hot coffee, into the glass of ice, and then I poured some sugar in it, and I was like, in my head, I'm like, this is a latte, right? I think. Okay. Anyway, treat for Zeus. Of course. There you go. Just got treat. Yeah, on the ride there for 25 hours, I had a 6 pack of Sunny D little ones, and then a container of Pringles. In my head, I'm like, oh, it's not gonna be that long. So I'm there like eating a Pringle once every like 30 minutes. I'm like, thankfully, there was a lady with her two kids that were headed to Seattle, and we stopped in Sacramento, and then went to Portland, then Portland to Seattle, and Seattle we crossed over to Vancouver. And in Seattle, I didn't know that I thought we were going to keep on the same bus because the transfer at Stockton, no, sorry, excuse me, Sacramento, there was we had to trade buses, but the bus moved our luggage over. But when we got to Seattle, I thought they were going to do the same, but they didn't because we got onto the Canadian U.S. Greyhound, which is different, I guess. And I didn't get my bag. I didn't move my bag to the new bus that we were supposed to. So when I got to Vancouver, I went underneath, and when everybody was getting their luggage, and I was like, "Where's my bag?" They're like, "Did you move it over?" I'm like, "No." They're like, "Where did you just get from?" I'm like, "Seattle." They're like, "Ooh." And so they looked in the bus that I went north. My bus and my belongings went towards New York. I'm like, "Oh no." So then, while I was at the uh, Canadian side of the Sea Cadets, they let me borrow some of their uniforms for a couple of days until they got my bag back. I did a lot of firsts my 17, 18 year. Oh, and this was in 2001, before September. This is the summer before September 11th. So my my journey there is would be completely different now. So this is just before the big change around the world happened. What a great year to become an adult when I was 18, to be the September 11th year. But it's a good story now. We ended up going to Comox on Vancouver Island. There's a whole base run by Sea Cadets. It's really interesting. It's like they let the Sea Cadets there are from ages 10 to like 21, and they practically ran the whole island. There's adults, obviously, but they're just kind of in the background in case something happens. But they're around, but they kind of like let the younger people run the show. You guys have been muted the whole time. Like, where's the volume? Hey, it's just my voice. Yeah, there's the game one. I want to switch it over. Should mute the game so you guys can get the chilly lo-fi music that I got, which I think was too loud last time. But that's better. I was looking at the YouTube. I was editing my video this morning from yesterday. I'm like, that's a little loud. Just turned it down just a smidge. But yeah, my pre-adulthood was very interesting. I'm like, I had no idea how to, which is interesting too, because I didn't know how to order a latte, but I ended up working at a coffee shop, not Starbucks. I think it was called Gloria Jeans or something, and that's where I met my husband. And I dropped a large iced latte on him. Thank you. Yeah, yesterday had the ethereal visions deck, and this is the ethereal. Ethereal? Ethereal. Matches my nails too. Same way from yesterday. There, this one's. These are opposite. These two. This, jeez. match. I didn't have them with me, but it's Hollow Taco. Is that is all of them? Yeah. No. This one is Morgan Taylor. These are Hollow Taco. Yeah, this one I was reading the booklet on it. This one is more of the shadow work of people. I got a lot of weird stories. Like the first time I moved out on my own, or I didn't move out on my own. I was forced to move out on my own because I went to culinary school in San Francisco. Oh my god, that's an interesting story. My mom dropped me off. This was back when Craigslist was still a thing, and I found roommates for rent, rooms for rent for roommates section of it, and I went to the place again. I was 18 now, still super fucking naive. Um, uh, anyway, very naive as an 18-year-old, and I thought because I got in contact with the person who wanted me to be the roommate, that was confirmation. And yeah, I have a place to stay in San Francisco. So my mom drops me off, or my mom takes me there. I didn't have a car, and I get to the house, and it's one of those, like, the Full House houses. I remember those, the painted ladies over on the San Francisco thing. They look kind of like that. It was a Victorian house, so it kind of looks similar, a little not as ornate. But anyway, I get there and I thought the person was gonna be there, and they're like, so I called. Did I have a cell phone? I did have a cell phone. I had a cell phone, but I think it was my friend's cell phone. The opening credits of Full House, their house. Oh yeah. Well, I had a cell phone, and I think it was on my friend's plan. So I had a cell phone. I called the person. They're like, "Oh yeah, I'm not there yet. Can you wait for me? I'm at an event." So I was like, "Okay, I'll just sit here with my mom. Hopefully not get." My mom at that time had like a big, like a blue van, but I remember having the door open, and we're just sitting there waiting for the person because it was summer. I think it was still warm, and this old lady comes out, and she's like, an old Asian lady. She's like, "Who are you here for? Who are you waiting for?" And then I said the person's name. They're like, "Oh, okay." And she looks at my luggage, and she's like, "Are you here to move in?" And I was like, "Yeah." I'm like, "I'm waiting for," I forget their name. And she's like, "Oh, okay. Okay, thank you." And I'm like, "All right." So she walks back in because it was like a split level house. So she looks at the bottom. Like, it was those that you walk down the steps to the basement floor area. And the person who I was going to stay with, they lived on the upper floor. And so I waiting and waiting. My mom's like, "I need to go back home because I need to go to work." And we lived like 2 hours away from San Francisco at the time. And I was like, okay." So then she leaves me there with my stuff on the sidewalk. I'm like, "Bye." And she just drives off, and I'm just like, again, I'm 18, super naive. And then here comes this person walking down the street. I'm looking at them. I'm like, wow, they're tall. And they have long hair, and they have really high heels. I'm like, well, that's not a lady. I'm just like, I'm looking up and down, and then they walk up to me, and they're like, "Hi, are you Luis?" I was like, "Yeah." And I'm just, they're like, "Yeah, I forget their name." I'm like, I'm like, oh yeah, I talked to the lady that lived down there. And he's like, you did? I was like, yeah. Did you tell her that you were moving in? I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, you're not supposed to tell them. I'm like, I didn't know you didn't tell me. And so the old lady comes out and she's like, oh, he moving in, is he? And the guy goes, no, he's just here to visiting. And I'm like, huh? I start culinary school like literally the next day. I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, he's just here visiting. He's not staying. I'm like, what? So I go back up. I go up to the house, and I was gonna be living in their living room if I was going to. If it all went through, and I didn't talk to the old lady. And I was gonna live in the living room, and they were gonna curtain off a little area for me, and I was gonna pay $500 to live in this little curtained off area in their living room. And there's already like 8 people living in the house. Like, oh my gosh. Yeah, she was the landlord. And I get on the computer. I'm like, can I get on your computer so I can at least find another place to live tonight? And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And so I go back on Craigslist, and then I go again on the thing, and then I look up roommates. And then somebody was like, looking for a roommate, $500 still. And I was like, okay, $500 in San Francisco isn't too bad. I I go, okay, can you pick me up? Because I don't know where you live exactly, and I'm new here. And they're like, yeah, I'll have somebody pick you up. And I was like, okay. So then I meet them on Market Street, and then it's some like younger person. I was like, hello, and like, are you? And I'm like, yeah. And then they're like, okay, I'm here to pick you up and take you to the apartment. I was like, oh, okay. And I'm in my head thinking, like, is this guy like the person's like chauffeur or driver? I was like, okay. So I'm sitting there. Oh, while I was waiting there on Market Street, some homeless person comes up, pulls up their skirt, and just pops a squat and pees right in front of me. It's like, ew. That was my first introduction towards for San Francisco. But then the person takes me over to the apartment, and they're like, okay, yeah, he lives up there. I was like, are you not gonna come in? I'm like, are you? I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah. And then they put the code in and let me in, and then the person was like literally like down the street walking up, and I was like, hi, and they're like, okay, yeah. And they showed me into the apartment, and it's a studio apartment. I'm like, where am I staying at? And they're like, the couch. I was like, it was already like midnight, maybe 2 or 3 in the morning. I was just like, okay. I'm like, I could do couch, I guess. Anyway, it didn't turn out well for that with that person. They ended up being very and into some weird things. So I was like, okay, I need to leave. So his friend that picked me up was living in another apartment. So I ended up staying with them for maybe a month. And then it wasn't his apartment, it was the other person's apartment. So it was 3 people. It was those 2 guys and then me. And again, I was on the couch. And then one morning I wake up and I was like, it wakes up my nose wakes me up, and I'm like, what is that smell? And I open my eyes, and there's like a dog, this like German Shepherd dog looking at me. I was like, I'm like, hello. And then I smelled the homeless person. I was like, did someone break into the house? And I was like, I was a really sound sleeper. I didn't hear anybody walk in. And anyway, um, so there was the 2 people that already lived there, me on the couch, and the homeless person and the dog on the floor. And I was like, I don't think it's safe for me to be here. The old guy that was his apartment is like, oh, he's been my friend since the 80s, and he's now I reconnected with him. And I'm thinking that the old guy had amnesia or Alzheimer's or something, but his memory was not well. Because I'm like, that person is not old enough to be your high school friend. So I think the person was trying to scam him. Anyway, I went to school, still was going to school, culinary school, and I told him, I'm like, I can't, I give up. I'm just like not gonna not going to continue on with the school. And then classmate of mine, she's like, well, I have a place. It was a beautiful place. What was it called? It was Montera. I think it was south of Pacifica. And you drive on the 101 on the coast. Beautiful drive all the way there. And it's I forget. I think it's called Montera, but it was south of Pacifica, but north of Half Moon Bay, and the whole area there is very expensive and seaside and all that other stuff. And I was like, "How much do you want me to pay for you in rent?" And she's like, "Nothing." I'm like, "What?" Oh, yeah, no, you don't have to pay me. I was like, "Okay, cool, deal." So we went. I was staying there for maybe another month, and then Valentine's Day came around, and both of the guys that she was seeing met up at her place, and she, I guess, didn't tell the other person that she was seeing two people. Mind you, this is still me at 18. This all happened within a year. And then she freaked out. Both the guys decided not to see her anymore, and then she got super, super suicidal because on the way to school, we were driving literally on there's the ocean, 101, and a cliff, a cliff, 101, cliff, water. And we're driving back to San Francisco, and she's like, I think I'm just gonna kill myself. I'm gonna end it all and all this other stuff. And I was like, huh? And again, very naive, 18. I didn't think I thought I was taking her for her word, like she was actually going to do it. I was like, oh my god, I need to not be there anymore. So I got my stuff, and I don't know how I got back to San Francisco, back to the school, and I was gonna go to the um the office there and say thanks, but no thanks. I'm just gonna go back home or figure out a way to go back home. They're like, why don't you stay at our dorm rooms? And I'm like, you have dorm rooms? I'm like, I didn't know you had dorm rooms. Like, yeah, it's like 2 blocks away from here. I'm like, again, very naive. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know what to look up for or anything like that. And so I ended up getting a student loan for the rest of the time of school to stay at the dorm rooms. And I was like, huh, it would have been that much easier, that not less complicated just to go there. Hello. Absolutely. And welcome in. 2400. I just give my stories of when I was 18. Angelica, welcome in. I'm here Sundays and Mondays from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is on my days off. This is why I do the free readings. Welcome in, Angelica. Nice to have you. And if you give me a follow, my dog Zeus gets a little treat. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, a little cheat box. Running low now, but that's a good thing. He's underneath the table. Gotta follow. Thank you. Me or oh, okay. Yeah, put the exclamation join and then so I can make sure that you're on the list. Angelica. There we go. Waiting for Angelica's question. Hey, no worries. I'm here for another 2 hours. You're fine. Then I'll answer Brady's question. And since you're new here, I do my shuffles through numerology. Today's numerology number is 9, so I'm going to shuffle the deck 9 times and then lay the cards out. Know more about this. Yeah, I read the cards to see what they say. I don't claim to be a psychic person or anything like that. I'm just interpreting what the cards are saying when I lay them out. Of course. That sounds like a oracle question. So I'm going to do a 1 oracle card and then 2 tarot cards kind of to clarify. So you're looking for guidance. Have balanced emotions. With this, and then I'll grab 2 tarot. They're very long cards. We have 8 of Swords with the 4 of Cups reversed. Grab my that's a root. Grab the third eye. 1. It's you're looking for psychic abilities. That resonate for a second. All right. Guidance ones are like, okay. Okay, so with balanced emotions here as its core, as the thing that you need to focus on the most, with the Eight of Swords, about mental blocks and self doubt. Four of Cups reverse is about awakening and openness. Also, some like emotional reciprocity, emotion. How do I say it? Receiving emotions, basically. So, your abilities here are kind of being blocked more by overthinking and self doubt than by like a lack of talent. So, as you softened those emotionally a little more and become more receptive, your intuition has space to come through naturally. So, release any kind of rigid thinking and kind of say yes to quiet moments where like your intuition can speak without being questioned, is what it's saying here for you. Does that make sense? Give you a little more, another little whack. Hey, so fun. I like incorporating these now. And then after every reading, I like to reset the deck. I was like, oh, like I had them, I just never used them. And then one day I went to go do something, and I'm like, oh, there they are, just sitting there for a while. All right, Brady. Your question was, will this person speak up? Yeah, thank you for the follow, Zeus, and I appreciate it. See if this person's gonna speak up. And for speaking up, a question for speaking up, I'll do the throat chakra work for this one. There, you have the King of Wands, Queen of Pentacles with the Chariot. Got a king and a queen for the first time. The throat with 141 hertz. Hmm. At least they're all upright this time too. The King of Wands is about confidence, leadership. The Queen of Pentacles is practicality, some nurturing and groundedness. The Chariot is like determination, forward movement, so taking action. So they're saying yes. They're going to have the drive and capability to speak up, but it may take some time. Again, if we're talking about the other ones, um, it's going to take some time to balance confidence and that practicality. But when they do, it'll likely be intentional and purposeful. So be patient, and kind of allow them to come forward in their own timing. Just trust that that action will follow clarity. So when they do, they will. You're welcome. Give me another little whack to end it. Mm-hmm. And just it's going to when they do. Just they gotta balance a few things with their confidence. Wait. They do. He's did it the wrong way. I've been with my husband. It will be 21 years in January. 21 years in January. We went out on I drunk dialed him 2004 New Year's Eve into 2005. And after a few uh after a few drinks I okay. Thank you. We've been married for 17 and a half years. Yes, so actually no. We've been married for 17 and a half years, but yeah, we got together before marriage equality, but we did get married in the 3 months that it was legal in California. It was technically legal in California, and they before Prop 8 came on the ballot. So we were on vacation on my birthday in Palm Springs in August, and the place that we were at, the owners were also gay, and one of them was a ordained minister. So Tony and I were talking about, and we were like, "Should we just get married now?" Like I was on like my vacation birthday, so we were like, "Let's do it before they take it out." Yeah, and we went to the county court place, got our license, and there was a lot of other people there too, because they were in the same wavelength that they're going to take this away from us. But currently, we had that right, and so we were one of 1,800 couples in California that got married in those 3 months. And they took it away because of Prop 8, and the way that they had it set up is if you voted yes for it, it was going to get taken right off. if they voted no, then it was going to stay. And there was a lot of confusion on all that stuff, and a bunch of misinformation and about the whole situation. But we're like, okay, so when we did get married, we were at the resort. The owner heard us. He goes, "Hey, I can marry you." And then one of the people that worked there, they're like, "Oh, and I can be a witness." And so we went to the courthouse, got our license, went to the outlets just north of Palm Springs, and then got like a summer appropriate kind of it was like a pinstripe shorts. We went to Calvin Klein outlet. It was a Palm Springs. It was one of the little resorts, boutique resorts that they have over there. We went to the outlets north of it, got pinstripe shorts, gray pinstripe shorts, and a nice white dress shirt, and then that's what we wore for our wedding. And it was a spur of the moment kind of like, let's do it right now before we're not allowed to anymore. So it was my birthday one day, and like 2 days later was when we got married. Basically, we got the cake at the local grocery store. We got a little just a little tiny one. I told him it's for our wedding, and then everybody was like, "Oh my god, congratulations!" Yeah, we wanted to go. Well, that's one thing too. When we got married, it was nobody from our families came because it was again spur of the moment, and everybody was kind of far away anyway, and so we are planning to renew our vows on our 20th anniversary, wedding anniversary. And that way, everybody's there. Everybody can be there this time around. But we got the cake at the grocery store, and I mean, weddings don't have to be super expensive. Hey, some people are into that too. You'll find your kin eventually. Yeah, our meet cute. This is even before any dating apps were around. I mean, some chat rooms were AOL chat rooms were up and around at that time, but we didn't meet there. I was working at a coffee shop in the mall back when the malls were so packed and every single store had something in it, and I got a job at there. My manager was friends with my husband. Yeah, again, it takes time for people to muster up the courage to speak. But yeah, my manager was friends with my husband, and he came in. He was the singer of a metal band, and so when he came walking in, he's already 6'4" without shoes on, but he had platform shoes on, a big spiky mohawk, and like eyeliner, because of course, and everything was wearing was black. He had like a ripped up black T-shirt, kind of like this, but it was like, you know, ripped, and the rips had safety pins on him. This guy, when he came in, was just like towering. I'm just like, oh, I don't know if you guys ever watched, or have you guys ever watching Heated Rivalry? Are you guys watching Heated Rivalry? I think it's on HBO or Netflix. I forget which one it's on. But episode 3 of that show, there's their meet cute is almost identical to my husband's meet cute, because he came in, and I'm this like 6 foot tall guy, and he's like already 6'4", but he was wearing platforms and spiky hair, so it's like me and then him just like looking down at me, and I'm just like, hello. And he ordered a large iced latte, and then I made it for him, and then I like the I'm gonna go off on a tangent here. The way that they were making iced coffees over there, they used vanilla powder and mixed it in with the espresso shot, and it was the way that they made it was so good. But anyway, he ordered the iced latte, and I went to hand it to him, and then when he touched my fingers, I just went let go. It dropped on the counter and went right into him. Like it just, he had a large ice latte splashed all over his shirt, his black t-shirt. Yes, the Canadian one. Yeah, in the show, the episode 3, the hockey player comes in and the guy into a smoothie bar, and the guy makes him the smoothie, and they click and they eventually hook up together. But yeah, that was basically that, and I spilled the ice latte on my husband, future husband, and I was like, "Oh my god!" And I told him to go to the back room so I can get it cleaned off, and because we had a air blow dryer over there and everything like that. Maybe brats and Barbies don't like each other. But anyway, I swear that the heated rivalry season or episode 3 was like nearly verbatim of what happens. But yeah, I took him to the back. I told him I'll get his shirt cleaned, and in my head, I was just gonna grab some paper towels and like just hand it to him. And I went to go get the paper towels. I turned around and he's already took the shirt off. It was like handing it to me, and oh my gosh, I was. This is after culinary school. And then after a restaurant job, and then I used to work at Sears. And then Sears, I went to the coffee shop, and then to Macy's. I was working two jobs, Macy's and the coffee shop. But where was I going with it? I started reading the Barbie related content. Anyway, oh yeah, he took his shirt off, and I've taken the paper towels out of the thing, and I turn around and he's already, like, mind you, he's in platform shoes, wearing black jeans, uh, spiky hair, and then he like handed me the thing. He was at the time he was 170 pounds, I think. But I was like, turn around and there's this tall guy in front of me. I was like, hello. Basically, it was lust at first sight. And he goes, "You can clean my shirt." And I was like, "Okay." So then I get his shirt, and then I like try to clean it off, and like I have my back towards him. I'm just like trying to clean it off as best as I could, and then I'm like, "Here you go." I turn around and give it back, and then I thought he was gonna beat me up, and he left. He didn't get another. He walked out without his latte, and then he kept coming back, and I thought he was there to beat me up. Again, I was like, at that time, now I was like 20, 21 ish in that time frame, and I was just like, I hid from him every time I saw him walking up to the store. I just like went behind the counter and just like sat there and waited for him to like order his stuff and leave. And of course, he was flirting with the girls because he's bi. I'm not. And um, yeah, he ended up getting a job at my other job that I had at Macy's, and he was in the floor below me, and I was on the floor above him. And he was in the home department. I was in the men's department, and I did my soccer thing, which is why I relate to your Brady with your thing, because I didn't know how to approach him, and I went downstairs to the manager's like area underneath behind the counter, the register, and I saw that his phone number was in the clipboard of names and phone numbers and addresses that were just kind of sitting there. And I had my little cell phone, and so I was like, put his, I got his phone number from the clipboard because I didn't know how to talk to him. And he, then New Year's Eve 2004, after a few, I was like, "Hey, do you want to hang out?" And he's like, "Who's this?" I'm like, "It's me." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Yeah, sure." So the next day, January 1st, 2005, we went out on a date. We had pizza. We rented a movie. We didn't finish the movie. And then I basically stayed there. So I was like the one night stand that didn't go away. Yeah, I mean, that's how I looked at my husband when we first met. I got I went to his concert, his last concert that he performed in because he was the singer of the metal band. Let's see. This is after his concert. It's back in 2004, 5. But yeah, see, this guy with platform heels on, and it was a concert. He got really sweaty, so his mohawk went down. But yeah, he was already towering over me like it's probably 6'6" feet tall. I'm just like, hello. Time flies. Now we're 21 years together. I really want to take a trip with him to like Mexico. So I haven't been to Mexico since I was 3 when I visited. We want to go there. We want to go to Japan. We want to go to Spain. We want to go to Greece, I think, maybe. A lot of places that we want to go to, but we really can't let him by himself because he has very specific things that he does and the very specific times that he wants to eat. We had once let him stay with, or he stayed here, but he didn't eat. We went somewhere, I don't remember where, for like a weekend, and he did not want to eat. Neither did the other 3 dogs. The other 2 dogs that we had. We had 3 dogs, now we're down to just Zeus this year. So with one dog, and he's 10, and he's getting a little lumpy, so. Hey, that can be endearing too. No, I seen that. I seen that. I seen that video, that image. He does look. He looks adorable. How old are you? He's 33. How old are you? How old are you? You don't mind me asking. turned 42 in August, and he turned 45 in November. There's a big age gap. Like I know sometimes that can be hard.
You know the drill. Stay cool, don't die, kill Cloud.
33, I think that's when we bought our house. Pretty sure. Back then, it was like 10 years ago, it was a little different than it is now, obviously. But it's also a lot of trauma of people that age. I know younger people tend to not have as much trauma when it comes to things like being who they are. Depends on where you live too. But like in my school, I didn't have any kind of normal adolescence, like dating of the same people or dating people. I did have two girlfriends in high school though, but they were just basically for show. Turns out one of them was a lesbian too, or a lesbian, and, which is funny. It's another long story too. He's like, oh, so you're not that far away from each other. Yes, the first one was actually like an accidental girlfriend for me. We were, I thought we were just like friends, and we were like drawing on each other's arms and during driver's ed class,
Drop the atlas on the
and
target when you're ready.
I thought it was just like friendly thing that we were doing. And by the end of our junior year, towards the end of the junior, she just up and asked me out. She's like,
Open
"Do you want to go
manual
out?" I was
when
like,
you're ready to begin.
"Okay." So again, I was 17. No, I was 16. I was 16 when she asked me out, and then I turned 17 over the summer. I was like the first day of school ish is when I'm usually when my birthday's at. It's usually around the first day of school.
That's enough blue glow. You got this, Commander.
Yeah, George of the Jungle's a good awakening for a lot of people. But no, we were I thought we were just having, you know, artsy fun, drawing on each other's arms and stuff like that. But she took it a different way and thought I was like flirting. And again, I'm naive. I didn't see it. And she's like, "Do you want to go out?" I was like, "Okay." And then that was the end of my junior year. I was 17, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to like. I was supposed to call her. So like the whole summer, I didn't call her, and that was when I went to Canada. And if you guys are here for that story, I was in Canada that time, and so I didn't understand what was going on, so I didn't call her. I didn't do any of the like typical. Why they had that there? The typical boyfriend stuff like you were supposed to, and later on when I was working at the coffee shop, she actually worked in the same mall, just kind of down the other side of it, and I found her again. I was going to. Oh, I was going to get a tarot card. Well, actually, it wasn't a tarot card. It was a. Mine was. Captain Planet. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it might have been Captain Planet. That or the wrestling that my dad liked to watch, WWE stuff that he liked to watch. I was like, why is my dad watching these guys in their underwear? I'm like, but yeah, I didn't. He was excited for the wrestling part of it, and I was like, I thought it was inappropriate, but I just kept him like looking that way. Trying to think of a human person that was my awakening. I know I watched the original Queer as Folk when it was coming on HBO or no Showtime. It was Showtime. It came out on Showtime. I wasn't into Power Rangers. My brother was into Power Rangers, so I didn't get into Power Rangers. So I never like wanted to watch it. When I was in high school, Queer as Folk was on Showtime, and I was at a friend's house, and they had Showtime because they were a little more well off. They owned his parents owned a antique store, so they had cable. And growing up, I didn't have cable; I just had antenna. But I was at a sleepover, and they were all asleep, and then I was kind of like thumbing through the TV in the living room because I just was tired. Um, most of the family was upstairs, and I'm thumbing through, and then I see that, and I was like, it was like I was seeing one of the club scenes when they were dancing, and I'm just like, what is that? So I saw it in increments. So I always wanted to go to his house on the weekends, um, to say hi or whatever, but also to watch the show. Particularly when they were all asleep. So I saw a little bit here and there of Queer as Folk when I was in high school, and then when I was able to purchase it, I bought the full box set. So I have the full box set of Queer as Folk on DVD. I did that to my husband. We had well, before we moved up here, we came up here to visit my sister, and we had his 30th birthday party up here, and I made him a little coffin cake because I went to culinary school. So it was a it was a chocolate uh, cake, red velvet cake, chocolate ganache with a chocolate uh, frosting on it. But yeah, it was a coffee cake. It was 30, and then my sister-in-law's at the time's mother-in-law. She's divorced right already, but at the time her mother-in-law was there visiting, and they were like, "Do you want some?" And she's looking at it. She's like, "No, no, no." She like freaked out, and she just like skirted off to the guest room and just stayed there. I was like, "All right," but it's really good cake. And of course, this is before I had an iPhone, so it's not in the cloud. And I think it's in one of my old, it's either in an old phone or I downloaded the photos from my phone to a computer and it's in a hard drive somewhere. The pictures of the birthday for my 30th birthday. KS decided to have a 1930s themed um, party. By that time, we were already moved up here to this state, and we had a 1930s and themed, and I had a little bow tie, and um, nobody came. It was just me and my husband. we had we had invited people, but they never showed up. So I was like, okay, it's gonna be us. But my husband made really good Reubens, so we made food that was from the 1930s. So he made these like I forget what they're called. They're baguettes cut in a diagonal, toasted, and then they're like basically bite-sized Reubens, because he put the meat and the cheese and the things in it, and then broiled it. That'd be interesting to see.
30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, might. I hope you have a good day at work or night, depending on where you're at. Have a good night at work. We'll see you next week, Suspicious. Thanks for sticking around.
Nicely done, Commander.
Oh, that reminds me when I worked at Macy's. Things that we wanted. If you ever go to the store and it says they have one left in stock or something like that, and you go there and they're like, "Oh, I can't find it." Most likely, the employee has it in the back, stuffed away somewhere, so that when it gets reduced in price, they'll buy it later. Jeez. I did work at a grocery store too. One of my first jobs was at a grocery store. It was a Mexican themed grocery store. The store isn't around anymore, but it was called Jumbo Latino or something like that. Most of my jobs I got on accident. I actually got the job because my sister went there to get her to apply, and I just happened to tag along with her. I was 16 at the time, but they offered me the job and not her. Hello, Zilla. Oh, Mexican grocery stores are the best. They have one. Well, it's not a Mexican grocery store. It's like a combination Mexican Asian store called SARS. They have them all over, but they're 24 hours and they're so good. There's places you can't find things that you can find there. On the PS2. Yeah, my little thing was actually keeping me warm. That's kind of cool. Hold on, let me. I have one, a PlayStation 2, back there. Uh-oh, somebody said a naughty word. My Streamlabs has a bot, a moderator bot. So when I time out somebody for 1 second. Oh, he said an A word. In the 24-hour grocery stores, there's like Winco. out here that are 24, and then SARS, I think. After COVID, the ones that were 24 hours, like Albertsons, which isn't here anymore, I think now it's like Safeway or Safeway. They used to be 24 hours. But yeah, we only have two now. My style, my aesthetic's basically this. Um, got the wood tones, darker colors, little curios of like essential oils. That's my tarot deck collection. Video games, and again, oh, that's what I forgot to do. Hold on. A little. Okay. I forgot to turn those lights on. But yeah, down there I have my PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4. And over there I have my my Nintendo, OG Nintendo NS, GameCube, the Wii 2. And up on the top shelf we have the Nintendo Virtual Boy. They had like 12 virtual reality games back in the day. But yeah, I like my nostalgic with some wood accents, little metal, little nature, fake plants, but yeah. And clothing wise, I tend to keep solid colors. Like, I can mix and match a lot of my clothes together. I have like when I go to work, I'll wear because right now I'll wear thermal shirts. So they're just long sleeve thermal shirts, and they have different colors. And I have zip up hoodies that I wear to work, different colors. I like the no label look sometimes. But I'm wearing this one from the Kylie Minogue concert that my sister and I went to. Wait, this. In the back says lover. I wore graphic tees in the summer, but also it's cool. Yeah. I like my stuff organized, categorized if I have the time to, if I'm not like tired or anything, because I work nights. I come home in the morning, feed Zeus, hang out with him for a couple hours, take a nap until noon, feed him again, zombie around for like 5 hours until I have to feed him again, and then I take my nap before work, and then I give him a little snack before I leave for work. And then I work all night, and I come back again in the morning, just wash and repeat. Yeah, I like colors. I like different colors, but like a lot of muted colors. Like a pink would be a terracotta pink for me. A blue would be the nice deeper blues, some bright blues. This is my brightest hat that I have. Of course, I got the Sleepy Time Care Bear. Red, I'd go more maroon than red. A little more gold than yellow. Yes, I am still doing readings. I'm dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube. Zilla Hughes, how's it going? Thank you for stopping by. I'm here on Sundays and Mondays, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. ish on my days off, which is why I'm doing this for free. I do like a dark purple though. Brady. What's your question there, Zilla? I also incorporated my tuning forks into readings. And there is a little delay between YouTube when I say it. I think there's like a 5-second delay or something. Your question is, will I get a financial windfall soon? I want to start my own business and move. Tired of having my fate in the hands of others. It's not about materialism. Kathleen, okay. Let's see what it says here for you, Kathleen. I also do my shuffles through numerology. Today's numerology number is 9, so I'm going to shuffle this 9 times. Kathleen, this one's for you. You got the 2 of Pentacles, the King of Swords, and the King of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. Also, it takes me some time to thread through this. The Kings, though, those are interesting. But the 2 of Pentacles is about balanced finances, kind of juggling the resources. The King of Swords, strategy. I can't say it. But, clear thinking and like planning. The King of Pentacles in reverse is financial blockage, some delays too. So it looks like the sudden windfall isn't coming immediately for you. But you have the ability to manage and plan your finances wisely. You are financially literate, but those external circumstances or the delays may be blocking the big gains right now for you. So focus on smart financial decisions and like patience. That stability will come through careful planning and not sudden luck for you. After each reading, I like to reset the deck. I'm gonna try to post my card layouts of the stream on YouTube a little more regularly. Right now I just kind of post them on TikTok. It's just the card layouts of the stream. So you be able to move to Texas next year? All right, let's see. Let me move you up there. Righty. I know Texas has a lot of safe areas for us. Not all of them are safe. A lot of people don't know about sundown towns. It applies to us too. No, it's not, but there are places, enclaves that won't take kindly to us. But, you know, the Tri-Cities area, from what I understand, is okay. So, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, I think that's what it's called. I have some people that I know that live over there. So there's the big metropolitan areas, are obviously. All right. Four of Pentacles reverse, Six of Swords, and the Ten of Pentacles. Pentacles. Moving. The Ten of Pentacles is actually a good one for financial stuff. But the Four of Pentacles in reverse is about releasing control and kind of letting go of restrictions. Some financial flexibility. The Six of Swords, that brings in like stability, excuse me, some transition. That one's stability. Transition, moving forward. The Ten of Pentacles, there we go. That one's the stability. That one's the long-term success. And some structural foundation, some secure foundation. So these are saying that the move is possible. Yeah. But it's gonna require some releasing of old attachments or financial rigidity. Like there's movement and progress towards a stable, secure situation over there in Texas. Just kind of prepare. How do I put it? Prepare practically, and like release what's holding you back. So like the path is open if you plan wisely. Yeah, you're gonna have to let go of whoever's the most. Like when I left my hometown, or we left, excuse me, we left our hometown. Um, we always kept on going back to it. Like we had this pull back to it. We tried moving. We lived in Palm Springs for like a year, which is so much fun. It was actually during the recession, the first recession in 2010-ish. We were living off our unemployment that we were. It wasn't much of employment too. It was like back then our unemployment gave us each $660 every 2 weeks. It was so much. It was a lot. We went from renting like a 4-bedroom house, 3-bedroom house, 3-bedroom house to living. It was a nice little L-shape Rambler that we were renting, 2-car garage and everything on a very flat piece of land, everything. And then because of the recession, we put everything in storage in the hometown, and then we moved to Palm Springs, and we were living in a 1-bedroom. But thankfully, we've had so much good luck, minuscule good luck throughout the years, and we found a 1-bedroom apartment in Palm Springs for $600 a month. So and it included utilities and some utilities, not all of it. and it was gated, and it had pools and a hot tub, and we were just like, how we get so lucky? Because normally they were all very expensive, but the rental company that we went to had somebody that worked there that owned the apartment and saw our situation, and it's like, hey, I can rent it to you through me and not through the company, because the company will do a bunch of other stuff, and then it would have been a lot more. So we had some utilities that we had to pay for, but that 1 year was very refreshing for us. We got back in shape. We did a lot of volunteer work with the animal shelter there, and did some fundraising for rich people, and got some connections with other people. And it was still pretty skim picking because we were still on the unemployment. It was those years that we went to like Carl's Jr. and got the $5 meal, split the burger, split the fries, and split the soft drink. Because most of the time we were just drinking water. But like breakfast was like an egg, two pieces of bacon, and a piece of toast. It was very very workable. Hard, but it was workable. Yeah, we had. I mean, like, so we've been together for 21 years, so we've had our highs and we've had our lows and stuff like that. Like any relationship, you got to work through it. The hard times and the good. But moving there, we ended up going back to our hometown because we still had the attachment there, and the attachment was the um, our stuff, our physical stuff in storage. So we always had that. We couldn't just leave and go somewhere else because we still had our stuff over there, and so we had to. When I moved up here initially, it was on our last unemployment check, and thankfully, um, we found a place, or I found a place that somebody was renting a room out of their house. They had a 3-bedroom house, and it was just them. And so I was like, text on the app, on the Yellowface app, and just went and browsed over there. And somebody was in our hometown from here, and I was like, oh hey, I want to move over there. Do you know of a place that I could rent? And even if it's a room. And he's like, well, I have a place that you can rent out. And so I went and was like, no kidding. And it was pretty close to where I wanted to work. So with like our last check, I got gas, headed up here, and then when I got here, I didn't have much food left, or much money left. So I told him like, hey, I just got this job. I don't have the first month's rent like I told you I was gonna have. And he's like, hey, it's perfectly fine. When you can pay it, you pay it. Um, and so thankfully he let me do that. And with my first check, I was able to pay him and the last. So I was like, here's the first one, here's the last one, here's the next one, because the job I'm paying, or the job that I work at now, I've been at for 13 years now, in the industry for 20 years, but with that company for 13. But thankfully I was like, okay, so then we lived there for a year, saved up enough money, and then moved into a rental home ourselves. And then when we moved into the house, we were able to bring up our stuff while we were living in the room, brought up our stuff, put it in storage here, then moved into the house, and then moved our stuff from the storage to the house. And then saved up again for another year, and then was able to put a down payment. And this was the hard part, because when we were saving for our down payment for this house that we were in now, we were working 12 hours shifts, taking overtime whenever we could, spending as little as we could in anything else, and just putting everything in savings. Like we had we cooked at home. We had a lot of Campbell's soup, a lot of, we ate as cheaply as we could because we threw everything in savings that 1 year. We were able to get down payment enough to buy this house. and no, 10.5 years ago. But yeah, moving sometimes is better for people because it'll force you to do things that you weren't able to do before. Because when you're at home, when you're in your place of comfort, you don't want to do much. But when you're forced to survive, you do what you got to do. Again, I don't want to I'm trying to be as vague as I could, as vague as I could, because I don't want to like tell people. Because there's just some people that will stalk me, and some people want to know exactly what I do for work, which is a kind of a dead giveaway of what I do, where I'm at, where I live, and all that stuff. So I try to not say that stuff. Did my, I was like, my my camera is being weird. Okay, that was weird. Oh, yeah, saving. If you want to have plans, make sure you have a bank account. We had it with the big bank, but now we would put everything in the what are they called? The small banks, the it's going blank. The local banks, unions, the union banks, those. Put your money in that. Yeah, that year that we were saving, we made our coffee at home. We didn't go out and get any coffees, any kind of luxury items, anything that wasn't something we could just do here at home. We didn't do for a year, well, 2 years, really. The year that we were living in the room, and then the year we were living in the rental house, which was a 1920s house. We found out the rooms are tiny. One room barely fit the king size bed that we had. It literally was just enough to put the bed in the room and have a little tiny wiggle room to get to the closet. That was just like one room. It's just a bed, and then the second story, it was like A-frame up there. The stairs going up was very narrow, but we were managed to like squeeze in a queen size bed up there. But it got super hot. Again, it was an old house, and all the heat just kind of was up there. We ended up moving. We were forced, our hand was forced to find a house because I thought one of my cars completely bit the bucket. And we ended up getting another car. Later on, we found out that it was just a flat tire because my dumbass didn't decided not to look on the inside of the tire. I thought my axle was bent and done. It was gonna be so much more to fix, and it was a flat tire. By that time, I already had my car. But our landlord saw the cars and were like, "Whose cars are these?" And we're like, "Ours." Like, "Oh, you got a new car?" And we're like, "Yes." Like, okay. Until the next month, they raised our rent for like $300, and we're like, it was a month to month house, which is another thing that we had luck on because we just drove by to the room that we were renting down the street, and we saw somebody had a house that said for rent instead of a rental agency. It was through somebody. So if you can find a rental that's through somebody, it's usually month to month. And so we had a month to month rental home. And when they raised our price, we're like, well, now we're paying as much as a mortgage payment somewhere, so why not just get a house? And so we found this house, which was on the market for a year. I think this is before the bubble, before everything started going up and skyrocketing in prices. So we got a really good deal on this one. We have one other neighbor, but it's right next to the freeway, so we can hear the freeway from where we're at. But I think that was the big downfall. Plus, it's a downhill, a little bit downhill. Most of the property is kind of downhill, except for the house, obviously, in the backyard. It's like as wide as this room. There you go again. I like to trauma dump. I guess it'd be a trauma dump thing. Word vomit. That's another thing, because of what I do, my job that I do, I'm usually by myself most of the night. So I do work with like a couple other people, sometimes just one other person, and I'm up by myself working with them down doing their thing, and I hardly ever talk. Which is some words I have a hard time saying, especially because of the 8 stitches that I got on my lip last August. So I did all of it. I got my 100 V-Bucks. Now we can see how many XP points I got. Ooh, I got got his unlockable emote. I got 6 of them to claim. Hold on, let me. Oh yeah, Kim Kardashian's in the item shop. If you play Fortnite, you can play as Kim Kardashian now. And then his emote. Crash test initiated. Boop. Alright, what did I get? I got 2 to claim here. I got more V-Bucks. Nice. Got another 100. And then his time. Contrail. Fluxfall. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Fortnite always had little Easter eggs of things, and there was always a clock tower, like tilted towers. And the tower's back in one of the new areas. Wonder if you go to the clock tower as Marty McFly, if it's like a secret thingy. The OG pass, I got spray, his back bling, which really, I like that kind of stone, the green stone with gold thing on it. That's nice. He's nice too. And then his weapon trap. Music, I got this. And the Lego pass, I got the Ninja Deluxe bedroom. That was it. See, I have him riding the hold on. 0 build. See, I forgot. I have a crown. I won a game yesterday morning or this morning. I wasn't really trying, but I accidentally got it. But I think this car better suits Marty McFly. This one. And of course, this red truck. But before I go and do this, anybody else need a track quest? Oh, that's why I was doing the Outlast players. I won. So there was 98 players that I outlasted, but that's what I was doing. I was gonna go and do my daily things to hit opponents in a vehicle, and I ended up winning. If anybody wants a tuning fork, chakra, schmack, free to ask for it. I like his glider too. Oh, you'll see. I don't like to play around with a crown because it'll tell everybody where you're at. See, like that glow, people that it'll do that for people. So what I do is go to the very end of the water until it stops me. There's a little barrier eventually right here. Little barrier here, and then I'll wait until the last second and drop my crown. It just puts too much pressure on me to actually like do it, and I don't want like 4, 3, 2, 1, drop it. Oh shit. I don't think I dropped it. I didn't drop it. Hold on. This is glider. I'm gonna go over here and drop my crown, and then that way people can't track me. I think that's where okay. Drop it. Okay. Alright. Dropped it. Now somebody can go out there and pick it up if they want to. I just need to hit. Oh, well, one got that. Usually there's a car here. No car. I'm looking at the usual places where cars are usually, where cars are at. Jeez, can't speak. Oh, there's one. I need to get in a car and hit somebody with it. I see some people are shooting other people over there. Somebody in the building. I don't want to go into the building because they can push the button and break my car. There you go. That's one. I thought I could hit the same person once before, but no. I have to hit different people in the car. And the cars can break as well if they shoot at them. So I need to find a gas station to repair the car. Find another car. Because they also run out of gas. There's one. There we go. Hit opponents with vehicles. And my car's gone. hide. What I do best is hide. Any other quests that I need to do? Hit opponents with melee weapons or explosives. So I can hit them with my guitar. Here's one. And there's another one. Thank you for playing. See you next round. Just about to drop down. Ooh. Gold Rush. Harvest and destroy. Ooh.
Mission log. I was scanning the aftermath of the battle for Reality 783 when I picked up a distress signal sent by Agent Jones. It's been a while. He and I have a lot to catch up on. Whatever's going on, odds are the 0 point is involved. Initial scans show this place has an intense concentration of 0 point energies. I'll need more info to make a complete assessment.
That was new. Ooh, jetpack. I'll play as Kim Kardashian next. As long as you go back up and down like that. Jeez. No. All right. Turn the lobby. But you guys got me for another 30 minutes, so you guys have any other questions? Questions, comments, concerns? Did I save him already? I have not. So save. View. Now I'm playing as Kim. I like the sidekicks that we have now. You can have all these sidekicks. Oh, thank you for the follow. Yes, you got another follow. Oh. Are you gonna follow? My dog Zeus gets a treat. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Getting closer to the 200 mark. I'm gonna do a giveaway. I don't know what yet. Maybe full reading. I think I might give a full reading, like a full reading, which is like an oracle, two astrological, 4 tarot, 3 Lenormand uh, cards, like a full thing. I might do that for my 200th thing. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes my Streamlabs, I'm dual streaming on Twitch and YouTube via Streamlabs, and it only shows like I have 1 viewer. So sometimes it shows, sometimes it's more, sometimes it's not. Maybe active viewers. I don't know what that means. Maybe, but thank you again for the follow. I am doing tarot readings if you want. Also doing some tuning fork. Wax. I like the root one. My microphone is right there. Thank you again for the follow. Oh. Yeah, I got that one. Like yesterday, I had my thing. I had like 61 people at one time watching, but it wasn't. I've never seen that number on my thing before. I'm like, oh, hi. So I probably have more than now. It's saying 2. I have 2. I know they did this weird thing that's like if they don't, if people are just lurking, it doesn't show them up unless you put like I lurk or something, or at least say something in the chat to know that they're there. Then it counts them as like unique viewers. I got affiliate this year, or, well, earlier this year. So I'm still learning my little small but mighty channel. Very close to 200 followers. You got me a little closer. I'm at now at see, I am at 185 now, thanks to you. Itching closer to the 200 mark. But again, I'm not here all the time. I don't stream daily. I'm here on my weekends off. So 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, depending on the weather. Like last week, I was only here for an hour because the weather knocked down some trees and cut the power off. But I was able to be on for like 30 minutes because I have a battery backup connected to my computer and my monitor and the internet upstairs. Oh, nice. Yeah, if you like a reading at any time, feel free to interrupt the gameplay. It's perfectly fine. I don't do these for the crowns on the site where I play this. I also play Elder Scrolls Online, Palia. Palia I usually play when I'm doing my monthly horoscope readings because it's a very calm, very chill game. You can just pause. There's nothing there that attacks you, so it's a very, very chill game. I also play No Man's Sky too. It's been a while because they haven't had any kind of major update. They had the last one was called Corvette, where you can actually find parts of ships and build your own ship, fly the ship. Before you found a broken ship and fixed that spaceship, and then were able to use it or buy one. But this last one, you are now able to find parts for it. You okay? Oh, it's getting close to my rear. Yes. Absolutely. And dog Zeus is very punctual, and he's like, "It's almost time." Like, it is, but it's not yet. You have another 22 minutes. Oh, and I do my shuffles through numerology. So today's numerology number is 9. That's if you add all the digits to today's date, you come up with 9 eventually. So I have 5 different unique shuffles. 5. Then I just finish it off with the poker shuffle. All right, here we go. We got the Lovers, the Emperor, the Sun, all major ones, all upright. That's interesting. Trying to thread what I need to say, but the Lovers here, in the focus of career, is about choices, alignments, and partnerships. The Emperor, structure, authority, things like that, leadership. Again, good things for career. It's how much time? Hold on. And the Sun, success, so clarity and like achievement, things like that. So you may face like a key choice in your career, so it's possibly involving collaboration or aligning with your path, taking charge and kind of embracing the structure, will kind of lead you to success and recognition. So make make decisions, that kind of reflect your values and kind of step confidently into a leadership role. I, I sometimes I stalk other tarot readers. Again, I had an injury on my lip earlier this year. I had like 8 stitches on my left upper lip. Thankfully, the mustache kind of covers up a lot of them. But I'll stalk some of the tarot readers on TikTok, and a lot of them do this hours on end, all day. I'll check in the morning sometimes when I wake up, scroll through TikTok through the lives and get some people's tarot readings, and they're quick enough that they can just like the blah, 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 this and that. And I need some processing time to say what I need to say. That makes sense. Point. He's pacing now. Ooh, photography. That was nice. I have a coworker who's very enthusiastic about transportation. Right? Yeah, exactly. I have a coworker who's very enthusiastic about transportation, different boats, planes, things like that, and he photography. He does a lot of pictures with it, and he was trying to figure out how to make money off of it. And so I was looking into it via later, and then I came back to him and was like, you could Go to the HR departments or the social media departments of places, major companies. You okay? Okay. And offer your services too. Kind of give them your card or some, like, if you wanted to take pictures or you already had pictures of their planes and things like that, show them what you do. Maybe they can use it for uh, media things. Thank you. This is Zeus. He's very shy. He's in a millennial gray. He is 10 years old. His name is Zeus. And he usually is underneath the other side. I have like an L-shaped desk. So this side of the desk doesn't have anything. So I put a little dog bed down there for him. And he's been napping this whole time. Usually when I'm on my normal days, I'll feed him at 5, which is when I start this stream on my weekends. But on my work days, I'll feed him at 5, and then he goes to his kennel. He takes a nap. I take my nap until 8:30ish, and then I get ready for work. So about this time ish is when he's getting up. Hello, how's it going, Alinko? How you been? I'm good. Got me towards the end of the stream. I got another. I have a countdown now to remind me. But yeah, we have 15 minutes. Yes. Okay. I got my matching nails. To match the deck. I matched the Ethereal Visions deck too yesterday. And this was the Ethereal. So basically the shadow side of the Ethereal Visions deck. Let me move you up. There. I love reading, absolutely. All right, what's coming through? Today's numerology number is 9. Shuffling this 9 times. How was your week? Or your last week? How was your last week? Happy birthday! Alright, let's see what's going on in love. 2 of Pentacles, 7 of Wands reverse, and the Knight of Swords reverse. Let me hit you with my new thing that I'm doing now. So I got the Love tuning fork. 136 hertz. I'm added that too, so I'm like, hey, I get love readings. Why not? I also have a high heart one, so I have the 7 chakras plus a bonus high heart one. But for this love reading, the Two of Pentacles is about balancing emotions, like uncertainties. The Seven of Wands reverse, a little overwhelmed, kind of giving up struggles and a little easing of tension. The Knight of Swords reverse of impulsiveness blocked, little hesitation. I know she's almost there. It's fine. So right now, love for you kind of feels uncertain and unbalanced, with some tension easing, but the process is kind of blocked by some hesitation or caution. Like things are moving fast, but clarity can kind of come if you focus on balance right now. So take the time to center yourself, like that tuning fork that I just did, a little good zoning, and kind of prioritize emotional stability before like making decisions in love. Exactly. Here, let me reset this deck and I'll hit you with the high heart one. Make sure that I have the game muted. All right, so I have the heart one, which is what we got. And this is the high heart one. This was 131 hertz. This one is 272 hertz. I was, or I could. There's a way to tune the microphone to catch like every single little bit of it. And they're really nice to they're really nice to have when you're trying to sleep. Like if you're just, when I had these not back there and I had them in the bedroom for a while, it was nice to just like tap them and then put them to your ear. Very soothing. Sometimes I like to listen to unintentional ASMR, and there's one person in Australia. There's actually two people in Australia. They do some sort of like Reiki healing thing, but they're very small. The male one is very soothing. The lady one is fast but very soothing in her own way. I like unintentional ASMR videos. The crown one, it's this one. I have them up against my stomach. So, and they have their own little pockets. So it goes from root to the crown. This one. Yeah, the crown one. 172 hertz. 0.6. I saw somebody doing a massage one with these. So like they did one of those, but then you can feel it in your skull. it's it's very interesting. It's very weird, but interesting weird. They did the massage one. So they did a massage their feet, legs, and then, but then they did the root thing. They had some sort of like, it was at the base of them, but it like made it so it resonated at the base of the spine, and then went up all the way to the head. I did the head massage, and then they did that one. It was like, oh, and I can't find it anymore. Yeah, there was. I think that I got that one from another one. It's an older lady. She does gemstone therapy sessions, and it's the one video that she has that's got like a lot of like over 1 million views now. But I like it goes back to kindergarten. I remember this back in kindergarten. I had Mrs. Young. Um, she was an old lady. We called her Mrs. Young. I'm pretty sure she's passed away now, but I remember her sitting in front of me on a desk, very quietly, very thoughtfully telling me the shapes of things that were on the desk. And she was very soothing. She had that like old lady deep voice. But I wasn't focusing on whatever she was saying at the time, because at the time I was still only speaking Spanish. I stopped speaking Spanish fluently, or as much, about third grade is when my brain shifted from Spanish to English, I thought. But back in the kindergarten, I didn't know what she was saying, but I know it was very rhythmic, very low, and she was telling me this is this one, the color is this one, the shape is this one. And I'm just sitting there like, uh-huh. Really didn't understand what she was saying, but the way that she said it, the way people say it was, especially like there's one unintentional ASMR video of I think he's German, but he's hi Scorpio. It's a German dude um, measuring and a racquetball? No, ping pong ball, ping pong pad. It's the pad, whatever the thing is. But he was like, he's measuring it and he's telling the contestant or the player um, what he's doing. So it's like unintentional autistic ASMR thing, but he was very thorough. He goes, the depth can't be more than this many micrograms. The manufacturer has to be these ones because they're the ones that were supposed to be the only ones that are can make the the bracket the what it's called, the racket thing like that. He's very 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 specific, and that's like my favorite unintentional ASMR, when someone's explaining something in very specific detail. Something. You, Scorpio, got me just under the wire. So, how's it going? How you been? General message, absolutely. Especially doctor, like an actual doctor, intentional ASMR. There's one guy from the UK. He was on like Survivor, and he was a doctor, and everybody kept on making fun of him for some reason. But his videos of ASMR, unintentional ASMR of like checking things. He's also somebody that speaks very quietly and very thoroughly and very detailed. And it's like it helps me go to sleep. It's kind of like Bob Ross. If anybody's ever watched Bob Ross paint, I can never get through a whole episode without falling asleep. Here we go. 10 of Wands, the King of Swords reverse, Wheel of Fortune. 10 of Wands reverse. Excuse me. And it's almost 9 here. Oh, and thank you for sticking by. Again, thank you for the follow. And I'll be here next Sunday. nothing catastrophic happens. Thank you. Okay, Scorpio, the 10 of Wands reverse is about relief, releasing some burdens. The King of Swords reverse is confusion, little lack of clarity. Wheel of Fortune, though, that's cycles, change, kind of destiny things. So the message here, you're in a phase of like letting go of heavy burdens, but like clarity and decisions may feel blocked right now, but change is coming, and it's gonna shift your circumstances or perspective in a for the better. It's on the horizon. So release what no longer serves you and kind of be open to the natural cycles bringing new opportunities for you. Alrighty. Oh, let's see. Do the solar plexus for you. Doing the tuning forks. This is 126 hertz. So I get the solar plexus. Nice little way to end the stream for the week. Zeus. That better not be what I think it is. Alright, guys. I think Zeus is either drilling or he just had a little accident, so. No, not yet. Not yet. But thank you guys, everybody, for sticking by. All the people that are viewers, all the lurkers that said hi. I'll be back next Sunday. 5 p.m. ish if nothing catastrophic happens. So see you.